okay. I don't need to see my batteries. Okay. You want coverage?
River Murray Auto Wreckers, Waikerie Plumbing and Gas. Our silver sponsors, Shill Auto, Waikerie Mechanical, Truro Agencies, Rollbush Quality Meats, and our bronze sponsors, Ultimate Irrigation Barmera and Riverland Irrigation Waikerie. We've also got a bunch of class sponsors here this weekend. The Ultimate Class sponsored by Element Off-Road, Class 1 sponsored by Manham Auto Centre. Waikerie Machine Hire are your Class 2 sponsors. Class 5, River Murray Auto Wreckers. Class 10 is Waikerie Toyota, and Class 11, Sutton Ford. Now, a few things to mention about the Prologue track here this weekend. We do have our Sutton Ford whoops over the back, which will be providing plenty of action for our competitors. The Waikerie Toyota infield jump. Another one of our competitors will have to negotiate many times this weekend. Alright, now we also have live timing and live streaming here this weekend. So if you've got some internet, make sure you get your phone out, jump onto the live feed. You can keep up to date with all the live timings, and I'll be reading out the live times throughout the weekend as well. We are not far away from Prologue starting here at the Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro for 2024. 281, Corey Hayworth will be the first away. Now, all these competitors have had a look at the track already. They did their reconnaissance in the competition vehicles a little under an hour ago.
Prologue rear camera.
Alright, looks like the 1 minute warning for Corey Hayworth. Beautiful conditions here at the 2024 Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro, and Corey Hayworth is going to be the first competitor to have a look at our track. Millie Vanderwood will be starting about 1 minute behind him. So the first two cars away, the 281 of Corey Hayworth and the 554 of Millie Vanderwood. So Corey Hayworth underway, the first of our competitors in the class 2. So if all goes well for Corey on this lap, he'll be the first to set a lap time, and we can start seeing what the track looks like this year. I do have some times from last year here somewhere that I'll have to dig around for. If all goes well for Corey and he doesn't have any issues, it'll be the first time on the board here. Right, next on the line, the 554 of Millie Vanderwood, the only Class 5 car here this weekend. There's Corey, whoa! Flying over the Sutton Ford whoops, pushing hard early. Corey in the Jetworks Class 2. Over the Jetworks Super Jump. I reckon he'd be a little bit nervous about that one after completing that. As Millie Vanderwood gets underway, the Class 5.
Move that back to there and move this in. Just watch out for the camera here as well.
All right, first two competitors are away. And as Millie Vanderwood will negotiate the Sutton Ford whoops, about to take to the Sprint Freight and Logistics start straight, it's Jim Shedd, the first of our Class 10 competitors here this weekend. There's the Vanderwood team over the Jetworks Super Jump. Jim Shedd nervously awaits his start. Revs rise for Jim Shedd in the Class 10. And he is underway for his prologue lap here at the 2024 Riverland Enduro.
Move that back into there, move that. Oh. Just watch out for the camera. This way as well.
So with Jim Shedd about to take on the Sutton Ford whoops, one of our most experienced competitors here this weekend is Colin Johnson in car 122. Colin's been racing for a very, very long time. But a fresh navigator, Carter Johnson, navigating for Colin here this weekend. Now I hadn't heard if this competitor got it back or not, but one of our competitors did lose a oil cap on the reconnaissance. So I'm hoping that that competitor's retrieved that, as Cole Johnson is on the start lights now. The first of our Class 1 cars here. Thanks to Manum Auto Centre sponsoring the class here this weekend. So he's been giving a 2-minute gap by the looks of this on our sheet. So a little bit more fresh air out in front of Colin Johnson as he takes to the 12-kilometre prologue circuit. Plenty of experience in off-road racing. Colin Johnson's going to go for another one. Waikerie. See on the live stream here the footage of Cole negotiating the Sprint Freight and Logistics start straight. As we turn around, our camera now pointed towards the Sutton Ford whoops. So 4 cars now on the prologue circuit. Our next car on the line, the 1042 of Peter Tamblin. Sophie Tamlin and James Tamlin sharing the navigating duties this weekend. They did race here last year. They had a couple of dramas throughout Sunday's running, but came home with a finish in the end in the Class 10 class. Thanks to Waikerie Toyota sponsoring the class this weekend. Peter Tamlin looks like he's getting himself a 2-minute gap as well. Wait to see the few competitors that are on the track already. We'll wait to see when they return. We do have the live timing set up here. We've got the live stream set up. And a massive credit to all the boys and girls on the team that have put this all together here this weekend. Peter Tamlin underway in 10:42.
Come on. There we go.
Another one of our Class 10 competitors is on the line as Peter Tamlin will head towards the Sutton Ford Whoops. On the line, Matt Ridley in 10:88. Motorbike powered machine here this weekend. Matt Ridley. One of our single seat competitors, so no navigator for Matt Ridley. Has to do it all himself. He's got to keep an eye on the track. He's got to watch the mirrors for some of the faster cars as the weekend grows a little bit older. The 10:88 is underway. Ridley out on the circuit, heading towards the whoops. A smaller car here this weekend. It'll be interesting to see how it negotiates the whoops in comparison to some of the larger cars. But I think it's going to be a pretty tough ride, and he'll be making up his time in the really tight and twisty sections. On the line now, the 9:21 of Simon Baker and Michael Less. Now Simon's been entering quite a lot of the races recently, getting more and more experience behind the wheel of the car, and I'm sure they've got a good hopes of a nice finish this weekend. So as Simon Baker takes off, Corey Hayworth is our first car to complete the prologue. All right, a lap time, a 7:57.86 for Corey Hayworth. So just under the 8-minute marker for Corey Hayworth. We'll see what our competitors can do as we go through the prologue order. But Corey Hayworth with the benchmark. Millie Vanderwood just coming towards the finish line now as Ben McNamara in 11:69 is on the line. Now Ben McNamara, this is his second run in this car. It's a Honey Badger car that Luke Ursig put together, and he raced up at Fink the first time in the car at the Waikerie Hotel Riverland. So McNamara getting underway in 2024 at Waikerie. One of our Conrad. This is a relatively new car to the Conrad stable. The Conrad for a very long time, so plenty of experience. And it's going to be an interesting battle to watch here with it all. Not backing off over the Sutton Ford. That car looks like it's beautifully set up for the rough stuff here this weekend as he negotiates the Jetworks Super Jet. So Conrad pushing hard early. Starting behind Conrad in the prologue is the 10.28 of Dan Schiller. We've got a heavy field of Class 10s this weekend. Dan Schiller was running in Class 2s for quite a long time and made the jump to the Class 10. It's Jim Shep over the Waikerie Toyota infield dump. So here we are, next competitor to finish the prologue. We'll get ourselves a lap time for Jim Shep. As Jim Shep's lap times come through, Paul Walsh is on the line. Another one of our Class 10 cars, car 1016. And have a couple of goes at it in Walshy, but he is underway. Paul Walsh crosses the line. Begins the lap, I should say. Colin Johnson crosses the line. So Jim Shep with a 9.33, Colin Johnson an 8.09. So Millie Vanderwood, the fastest of the four competitors to finish the prologue so far, from Corey Hayworth, Colin Johnson and Jim Shep. Now this is a man to watch here this weekend, David Hall in car 134. Always fast is David Hall. David Hall always at the top of the field come the end of the weekend, as long as he's had a reasonable weekend himself. But he is fast. So watch out for David Hall this weekend. He's certainly a dark horse in this field. Peter Tamblin's going to cross the line. Oh, he's landed, the wheel's flown off. Oh, it's just nudged into the medical van. So Peter Tamblin, pushing really hard across the finish line, has landed a little bit sideways. That wheel has flown off. It's made its way there. It has come to a stop now. It's just nudged into our medical van here. So as Peter Tamblin sits there, we'll get the recovery out there to get them off the circuit. So it could be a bit of work for the Tamblin crew if they want to get back out there. So Toby Ryman was just sitting there and saw a wheel just roll off in front of him. All right, Matt Ridley. Looks like he's being shown the red flag.
Oh, I hope he sees it early.
And he's just cruising over the line. So I think they've pulled a stop to Toby Ryman. So he's not going to take off. We're going to make sure this track's all clear first. Peter Tamblin sitting there. Tamblin, we still have a prologue lap time for Peter Tamblin. A 7.28, actually went fastest of all our competitors so far. So an unfortunate incident for the Tamblin crew. Went a lot quicker, 25 seconds faster than Millie Vanderwood. So 5 cars have completed the prologue track so far, and in order, fastest is Peter Tamblin, Millie Vanderwood, Corey Hayworth, Colin Johnson and Jim Shep. Alrighty, Simon Baker in 9:21. He's also pushing hard over the finish line, but just checked it up the last minute. What can Simon Baker put together for us?
You ready for me to let them go in there, Rose?
Good to go, yep.
Alright, so just while Peter Tamlin tied off the track, we've stopped the cars from leaving, just as we get everything reset. So Toby Ryman, right up there in the AORRA series, sitting in second overall. He's going to have plenty of clean air out in front of him. It will be interesting to see how dusty this event gets this weekend as we go throughout it. These cars start chewing up the top of the dirt, unsettling the soil, and we'll get a little bit dustier. Ben McNamara over the line. Travis Conrad. So a lot of the cars coming into the finish now. And Toby Ryman is on the start line. Car number 80. Certainly going to be one of the competitors to watch here this weekend as he's fighting for the AORRA series victory. We do have another round at Wanaka that was added or postponed and it's back on the calendar. Toby Ryman in car number 80. Now, Toby Ryman had a really, really good start to the year for the AORRA series. Out of Jamaica, first place. Then to Perilla, first place. Now I got it wrong before, I said there was 50 points on offer. It's actually 55 points on offer for the AORRA series. And the person leading the AORRA series at the moment is going to be starting right behind him for our prologue. It's Evan Lampard in car 184. Our AORRA series leader lining up on the Sprint Freight Logistics start straight. As Ryman, having negotiated the Sutton Ford Whoops and the Jetworks Super Jump, will head out the back and set his lap time. Evan Lampard as Dan Schiller crosses the line. Look at these times as they come through. Travis Conrad, a 7:23 goes to the top of the timesheet. So Conrad from Tamlin and Van der Wert in third. Simon Baker with a 7:55. So David Hall over the Waikerie Toyota Enfield jump. He will be looking to go to the top of the timesheets here. As Robert Plant is underway in 1:28. So Robert Plant, another competitor that will find himself right at the top of this field here this weekend. All going well. He's very fast. There was a lot of fast competitors here at the 2024 Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro. So David Hall across the line. I'll wait for the time screens to update. See where Hall puts himself on the list. Robert Plant pushing hard over the Sutton Ford Whoops. On the line now. Car 85, it's Todd Lehman. Aaron Birmingham doing the navigating duties here this weekend. Now, as I saw them go in reconnaissance, They've got the all black paint job this weekend. It looks very mean as he has his eye on the sprint freight and logistics start straight. The revs rise for Todd Lehman. David Hall goes fastest, a 7:02, 20 seconds faster than Travis Conrad. So who will be the first to get under the 7-minute marker? Will someone get under the 7-minute marker? We do have some very heavy hitters coming out very soon. On the line now, Fletcher Murdoch in car 1166. They were having a great run here last year. We're looking good for an outright position, or an outright victory. Unfortunately, some brake dramas held them up a little bit. So they've got some unfinished business with this event. Fletcher Murdoch will get underway.
That's a good sound.
I thought that before actually. So it's a very close sound. Murdoch over the Jetwork super jump. He knows the track. What can he do here this year at the 2024 Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro? On the line now, car number 93 of Aaron James. Another one of our single seat competitors here this weekend. And another competitor that will be number 93. So our current prologue results order. David Hall leads from Travis Conrad, Peter Tamblin in third, Millie Vanderwood sitting in fourth place, Simon Baker in fifth, Corey Hayworth in sixth, Ben McNamara in seventh, eighth place, Dan Schiller. In ninth we have Colin Johnson, and in 10th place Jim Shett. But on the line is car number 57, Aaron Havey. Now I reckon the two Aarons are going to do battle here this weekend. Both Aaron James and Aaron Havey, always up the front of the field. Plenty of victories between them. And they'll both be hoping to add one to the CV this weekend as Aaron Havey last car to get underway for the prologue. I'm not sure what will happen with the time for Matt Wrigley. I'm still waiting for that one to be updated, whether he might. Unsure if we'll get a rerun or what they'll do for that. But he did get shown the red flag and slowed down with Peter Tamblin's incident there. Havey over the Sutton Ford Wolves as Ryman comes up with the Waikerie Toyota infield jump. The next of our competitors who will set a lap time for prologue. Can he beat David Hall's 7:02? Can he be the first competitor to be under the 7-minute marker? He's been fast all year. We'll wait for the timing just to update. Ryman, a 6:48 to the top of the timesheets. So Toby Ryman from David Hall and Travis Conrad. They are your top three as it stands.
What's his update? Yeah. That's
Evan Lampard, one of our Class 1 competitors. Now let's see where he sits compared to Ryman. These two right at the top of the AORRA Series points. Lampard goes fastest, a 6:44. So Lampard, leading this AORRA series from Toby Ryman, is in front after the prologue. A reminder, prologue, they are setting the start order for this afternoon's running. So your top three as it stands. Evan Lampard from Toby Ryman and David Hall. You see Robert Plant coming towards us now. Over the Waikerie Toyota infield jump. Tanner James navigating for Robert Plant this weekend, and Tanner's a very experienced racer himself, so a super team here this weekend in the 128. So Plant into third. So Lampard from Ryman and Robert Plant, they are your top three. Tony Lehman, car number 85. One of our ultimate class cars here this weekend. Lehman over the line. Where will he sit? Lampard at the top of the timesheets at the moment. Lehman into fifth. So Lampard stays at the top of the timesheets from Ryman and Plant. David Hall sitting in fourth and Todd Lehman sitting in fifth place. As Fletcher Murdoch over the Waikerie Toyota infield jump. One of our Class 11 cars here this weekend. We do have the two Class 11 cars, the other being Ben McNamara. He had a great year here last year. What is his prologue in 2024 at Waikerie? The fire's gone out on Fletcher Murdoch's car, but he has completed his lap. So Murdoch into third. They can't seem to refire the Class 11. So Evan Lampard from Toby Ryman and Fletcher Murdoch in third place. He's getting the push back into the pits. And here comes Aaron James. I think we've got two single seat competitors here this weekend, I believe. Aaron James being one of them, Matt Ridley being the other. The car 93 will cross the line. So Aaron James is into fourth place. But look out, here comes the 57 of Aaron Havey. Lampard is at the top of the time screens. What can Havey do? Will he go to the top? All our competitors wait patiently for Aaron Havey's lap time for car 57. Havey goes fastest. A 6:31 for Aaron Havey to the top of the timesheets. Evan Lampard sitting in second and Toby Ryman in third place. They are your top three after the prologue here At the 2024 Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro, Aaron Haby's fastest. I'll wait for him to update here and then I'll read it out so I can see. Alright, so that is the prologue run and finished here at the 2024 Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro. Aaron Haby, fastest of our competitors with a 6:31.02. 13.4 seconds faster than second place Evan Lampard. Toby Ryman in third with Fletcher Murdoch in fourth place. In fifth place, Aaron James. From sixth place, Robert Plant. In seventh, David Hall with Todd Lemon in eighth place. The 10.06 of Travis Conrad in ninth with Peter Tamblin finishing 10th. In 11th place, Matt Ridley from 12th, Millie Vanderwood. 13th place, the 9.21 of Simon Baker. In 14th, Corey Hayworth. Ben McNamara in 15th place with Jim Shep Dan Schiller in 16th. Colin Johnson 17th and Jim Shep in 18th. So Aaron Haby wins the prologue here at the 2024 Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro.
We are go on audio. Yep. Good.
Do you know if Paul Walsh is starting?
Was that guy? That's it for section one. He's taking no on there, so no.
We're about 5 minutes away from a race start here. Simon Baker, the first car away for short course racing at the Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro. Corey Hayworth out of second, Ben McNamara third, Dan Schiller out of fourth, Colin Johnson fifth, and Jim Shep in sixth place. So all these crews have had a look at the track already. They've got a bit of a job ahead of them this afternoon with 5 laps of the 12-kilometre circuit. So the most nervous weight in motorsport, sitting there waiting for your time to get onto the track, put the foot down, and start setting your lap times. So a reminder to everyone, I was told earlier that the Rotary Club here have a licensed bar, so if you're looking to get some drinks, you can head over to the Rotary Club over there. Stock up on some drinks, grab some food while you're over there, and then settle in. So we're going to go racing this afternoon here at the Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro. So these crews will be taking off at 30-second intervals, so it's not a lot of time to sit there, wait for your turn to go. These crews will be away quickly. Simon Baker at the head of the field doesn't have any traffic in front of him, it's just clean air. And we'll see how dusty this track may get towards the end of the day and throughout tomorrow as they knock the top off the soil, start loosening up some dirt. So Simon Baker pointed to the lights, now under the control of the start light. So get over to the fence now, race fans. We're about to go racing at the Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro. Simon Baker will be the first car away for the 5 laps of the 12-kilometre circuit. Clean air out in front of him. 121 will take to the track. Corey had a interesting excursion over the Sutton Ford whoops in the prologue. We'll see if he decides to push just as hard or he backs off a little bit. But Simon Baker, as we see the dust sort of starting to hang in the air, the first of our competitors over the Sutton Ford whoops. Corey Hayworth is underway on the Sprint Freight Logistics start. There's Baker over the whoops. McNamara on the start line. Second race in the new car. Been running in the Class 6 cars for a little while. Only the second race in this car, so still learning the equipment. What can McNamara put together for us today as he gets his still pushing over the whoops. And we'll head over the Jetworks Super Jump for the first of his 5 laps. On the line now, Dan Schiller. One of our Class 10 competitors, as I said earlier, used to be our Class 2 competitor, made the step up into Class 10. We've got a large field of Class 10s here this weekend. Dan Schiller. Let's see what he can do. Class 10 Southern Cross. Well, a lot of these competitors hoping that the wind picks up to start moving a little bit of that dust away. It's only going to get dustier as the weekend goes on. Right, on the line, the 122, Colin Johnson. A very experienced off-road racer. Another one of our Class 1 competitors here this weekend. Class 1 sponsored by Madam Auto Centre. As coming up to the line now is the 1027 of Jim Shep. And he'll be the final car to get underway for Heat 1 of Section 1. So Jim Shep underway. Colin Johnson over the Sutton Ford. Jim Shep underway, and all 6 cars for Heat 1, Section 1 are out on the circuit. So we do have the live timing here in front of us, but if you want to jump on and see the live timing for yourself, you can jump on the YouTube and you will find the 2024 Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro there. Is that AORRA's channel? So if you go into YouTube and you go into the AORRA channel, so it's AORRA, and then you'll find the off-road racing, the live timing, and a bit of the live stream for the 2024 Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro.
Is that you or me? Yeah.
If you want to get rid of the zeros, you've got to go into File, Advanced, or File Options Advanced, and get rid of the zeros off that page.
Does that only apply to the window that's open, or does it apply to all?
Yeah, that will only work yours. Mine doesn't show any zeros.
Yeah, so if I do that on a separate window, will that affect the one showing on the live stream, or will it only affect, or will that only change the one, like the exact window that's open?
Oh, if you go into that one where it's open, that you're taking the information from and change that sheet, that window.
Yeah, I'll just switch to a different screen for a little bit.
Right. with all our competitors out on the track for Heat 1 in Section 1. Today's fastest lap time for each competitor will be used to set the start time for Section 2 tomorrow. So all of these competitors, even if you don't lead the event outright, if you put the fastest lap time in, that you will head the field tomorrow morning, where our AORRA competitors will do 3 laps of the 43-kilometre track, and our state competitors will do 5 laps of that same 43-kilometre circuit.
Come on. File options. We can sort it in the break, can't find it now.
We hear the 921 Simon Baker making his way around this 12-kilometre track, led the field, clean air out in front of him. Start hearing these competitors as they come back in towards us, completing lap 1 of the 12-kilometre track. Simon Baker makes his way through the tree line and back into view here. Over the Waikerie Toyota infield jump. And we'll see what lap time Simon Baker can put together. He's seen the track earlier today through the Prologue. So Baker will be the first competitor to set a lap time for short course racing here at Waikerie, and on to lap number 2 for the 921. An 8:09 for Simon Baker. Now remember, he started 30 seconds in front of Corey Hayworth. So if Corey crosses the line within 30 seconds of Simon, he will be in front on corrected time. However, I reckon Simon has made some good time. We'll wait and see as the 281 comes across the line. And the lap time for Corey Hayworth. Hayworth with an 8:19, so 9 seconds. Simon Baker has extended his lead on Corey Hayworth. McNamara over the line. So your first 3 cars are across the line. McNamara, an 8:09. Is the fastest car on the track at the moment. Less than a second faster than Simon Baker. Corey Hayworth, 3rd fastest of the 3 cars to complete lap number 1. Dan Schiller will come across the line now, and he's making his way into the pits. So if the crew for Dan Schiller want to make their way over to see what the 1028 crew need. There's McNamara over the Sutton boardwalk. Fastest of the cars at the moment on the track. Schiller, 3rd fastest, but he's now made his way into the pits. So Corey Hayworth, 4th. McNamara, Baker, Schiller and Hayward. Johnson across the line. Fourth fastest for Colin Johnson. So McNamara an 8:09.32 and Baker an 8:09.87. So 5 cars have completed lap number 1. Fastest is Ben McNamara. Simon Baker, second quickest. Dan Schiller in third. Fourth place, Colin Johnson. And in fifth is Corey Hayworth. So Jim Shep should be the final car to complete lap number 1 for section 1 here at the Waikerie Hotel. Riverland Enduro for short course racing here. So McNamara, less than a second faster than Simon Baker on lap 1. We'll keep an eye out on their times as this event grows a little bit older. Right close to each other at the moment. 8:09.32 and an 8:09.87. McNamara pushing hard, trying to make his way up through the field. As we said before, McNamara's first race in that car was at Fink. And this is only his second time out in the car. So they'll still be learning the equipment, what it can and cannot do. Might be doing a few little setup changes as well. Just try and get on top of the car. Second time out in the car, so they'll still be learning the equipment, what it can and cannot do. Might be doing a few setup changes as well. Try and get on top of the car. Currently no sign of Jim Shep, so I'm unsure if Jim's had an issue. He's still setting up. He's back on the circuit, so he would have lost quite a little bit of time in the pits there. Jim's had an issue. He's still Schiller negotiates the Sutton Ford whoops in the Class 10. Not sure what the issue was that forced them into the pits. Back on the track at race speed. So we'll have to wait until they come back around to see how much time they lost. Their first lap time at 8:13.64. As we wait for our crews to return, we can hear Simon Baker on his way. But I'd like to say a massive thank you to all of our volunteers here this weekend, all of our recovery crews and officials who have given up their time to help us run the event here this weekend. It certainly can't be done without all of these volunteers. So a massive thank you to everyone who gives up some time to make sure this event can get off the ground and get underway. So corrected time, Ben McNamara leads from Simon Baker and Dan Schiller. Schiller losing a lot of time in that, or in the pits there.
55 hundredths between McNamara and
So here comes Simon Baker. Has he found some time on lap number 2? We'll find out very soon. First on the road, second on corrected time for the heat. He's done quite a lot of racing in this car in the last couple of years. Across the line, lap number 3 begins for Simon Baker. So reports coming through that the 1027 of Jim Shep has stopped out on the circuit somewhere. There's Corey Hayworth over the Waikerie Toyota jump. Class 2 competitor Hayworth on the lap number 3. So we have a section time for Simon Baker, which is currently a 16:22.11. Here comes McNamara, leader of the section on corrected time after lap 1. I reckon he may have lost some time to Corey Hayworth on lap 2, but we will wait and find out. So Hayworth with a 16:26 overall. We'll wait for the screens to update for Ben McNamara. So Simon Baker, a 16:22. Hayworth 4 seconds behind. McNamara a 16:34. So Simon Baker on corrected time is leading the heat. Ben McNamara losing time on lap 2. Corey Hayworth has found himself back into second on corrected time. So Simon Baker from Corey Hayworth and Ben McNamara. Colin Johnson crosses the line. Now Dan Schiller would have crossed the line in front of Johnson if it wasn't for the issues that he had and having to come into the pits. Johnson 4th fastest, 16:36. So 4 cars have completed 2 laps. Simon Baker leads from Corey Hayworth, Ben McNamara 3rd, Colin Johnson in 4th. And just a reminder to everyone that these are the heat times. So with all our competitors doing the 5 laps this afternoon, once everyone has completed the 5 laps, these times will all get put together and we'll have a complete list from first down to however many cars we have finished this afternoon's running here at the Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro. So currently unsure what the issue is for car 1027 of Jim Shep. But if we get any more info, we'll certainly let everyone know. emergency recovery out towards the end of the Sprint Freight and Logistics start straight. Recovery just making their way back towards us. So I'm unsure if that's Jim Shep under tow, or it might be recovery just repositioning.
10:28 stop, nothing for a tow back. Just getting recovery to tow back.
So car 1028 of Dan Schiller has stopped. They've asked recovery to give them a tow back, so those problems for Dan Schiller in the car, or in car 1028, may have continued. So 2 cars currently either under tow or awaiting tow, Jim Shep and Dan Schiller. So 4 cars still circulating, and in order of correct time: Simon Baker from Corey Hayworth, Ben McNamara and Colin Johnson. Less than 5 seconds the gap between Baker and Hayworth. So the Class 2 pushing the ultimate class car very hard as we head on to lap 3. We're towards the end of lap 3 now, so we're coming towards lap number 4. And that is the 1027 of Jim Shep being towed back in. So Jim Shep is relatively new to the sport, joining the field this year, and just trying to get the consistency into the car, a bit of reliability. Unfortunately, hasn't had a finish as of yet. So they'll return to the pits, and if they can fix that car, I'm sure they'll be back out here tomorrow. They're just trying to chase some reliability in the Class 10. Alright, back into view, the 921 of Simon Baker. Out in front on road and on corrected time at the moment. And as Baker comes across the line, we'll be looking out to see where Hayworth is. There's only 4 seconds the margin between the two after the 2 laps. So Baker across the line. Beginning lap number 4. And there is Corey Hayworth coming into view now. Hayworth over the Waikerie Toyota jump. We'll get an updated time for Simon Baker. 8:24.31 overall. So 3 laps done for Simon Baker, 24 minutes 31 seconds. Baker also across the line. Simon Baker cruising over the Sutton Ford whoops on lap number 4. So a reminder to all competitors competitors. We have 4 cars on the track at the moment. Simon Baker, Corey Hayworth, Ben McNamara and Colin Johnson. There's Ben McNamara. He was fastest after 1 lap. Slid down the order on lap 2. Where can he put himself after 3 laps here at Waikerie? Corey Hayworth, an overall time 24:38, so lost a little bit of time on Simon Baker there on lap number 3. We'll get an updated time for Ben McNamara for you. 24:56. A 24:56 for Ben McNamara, who is losing a little bit more time as we move further into Heat 1, Section 1. So McNamara in 3rd. Simon Baker, 6.8 seconds faster than Corey Hayworth across the 3 laps. As Colin Johnson are on the track at the moment to complete lap number 3. So we'll get a time for Johnson as well. Colin Johnson at 24:51. So your competitors at the moment, in order of corrected time: Simon Baker, Corey Hayworth, Colin Johnson and Ben McNamara.
Your radio's not working, so I've got a message from Dad. Alright. Do you want to do a radio check with him? He's been calling you.
Radio check.
Yep.
Cheers. On lifetime display.
So we're just about to have some lap times come up here on the screen.
Watching the live stream, so all good, mate.
So again, Simon Baker, an overall time 24:31. Now lap times up on the screen right now. So Corey Hayworth with the fastest lap so far, which was lap number 2 at 8:07:24. So McNamara, his first lap was an 8:09:32. But on lap 2 and lap 3, into the 8-minute 20s, a 24 and a 22. So McNamara losing quite a little bit of time on lap 2 and 3. Simon Baker reasonably consistent, a little bit slower on lap 2. His fastest lap was lap number 3 and 8:09:75.
Impressive, however, 12 kilometres are still within 2 seconds.
Alright, so with all 4 competitors still running in this heat, out on lap number 4. Simon Baker, the Ultimate Class. Thanks to Element Off-Road sponsoring the Ultimate Class this weekend. We've got Corey Hayworth into Class 2, thanks to Waikerie Machine Hire. Colin Johnson, Class 1 car, thanks to Madam Auto Centre. And Ben McNamara in Class 11, thanks to Sutton Ford. So we've got 4 cars on the track, 4 different classes. Simon Baker is the fastest in the Ultimate Class car. But Hayworth has set the fastest lap time on lap number 2. We can hear the roaring V8 of Simon Baker as he comes towards the end of lap number 4, and he'll begin his final lap of the short course racing. Section 1 here at the Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro for 2024. Here he is now, the 921 of Simon Baker. Over the Waikerie Toyota jump, started first for the heat. Still out in front, on the road and on corrected time. His fastest lap so far, an 8:09.75. What can Baker do on lap number 4? He's got 1 lap to go here at the 2024 Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro for the short course racing. Simon Baker's overall time, a 32:27. Baker just cruising over the Sutton Ford whoops. No need to take any risks at the moment. As the Class 2, Corey Hayworth set the fastest lap time so far on lap number 2. What's he got in store for lap number 4? Simon Baker with a 7:55 on lap 4 is now the fastest car on the track. That is the fastest lap of the section so far. So Baker starting to make some moves. Ben McNamara also across the line. Simon Baker, an overall time, 32:27. Corey Hayworth, an overall time, 32:54. So Baker making a lot of time. 27 seconds the gap. A really strong lap on lap number 4 for Simon Baker. As McNamara will make his way over the Jetworks super jump.
What's his name? The Night Stalker. Yes.
So as Colin Johnson comes over to complete his lap, we report through that car 1028 of Dan Schiller has broken a drive shaft. So Colin Johnson across the line. On our live stream now, we've got our lap times. The fastest car on the track, Simon Baker, a 7:55. His Fastest lap before that was an 8:09, so he's found a lot of time there on lap number 4. McNamara, an overall time of 33:03. So Baker from Hayworth and McNamara. So far, all of our competitors setting fastest lap times on different laps of the race. Actually, McNamara, I'll correct that. McNamara went fastest on his last lap. That was an 8:06. So Baker and McNamara trying to make some moves. Cole Johnson, overall time 33:10. So 4 cars have completed 4 laps. Simon Baker from Corey Hayworth, Ben McNamara and Colin Johnson. Dan Schiller did finish 1 lap. And unfortunately, drive shaft failure for the Class 10 competitor on lap number 2. And I'm unsure what the issue is for Jim Shep. They did come back in under tow. As our competitors for Heat 2 of Section 1 start making their way up into the start area. Have you got a list for Heat 2 or not?
Not yet. That's right.
Just read as I said.
Oh, I can't even get it.
So we'll look at the timing sheets here. Ben McNamara, 8:09 on his first lap, slipped to an 8:24 on lap 2 and an 8:22 on lap 3, but a lot faster on lap 4, an 8:06. So really interested to see what lap time Ben can put together for his 5th and final lap here of the short course. But Simon Baker, a 7:55, fastest lap of the heat. Car 921, Simon Baker. Started the heating first on the road, first on time after 4 laps. What can he do with lap number 5? He'll certainly be very happy with the start of his weekend. Across the line. Baker's final lap, his fastest, a 7:49. So he has found a lot of time across the last couple of laps here for the short course section at the 2024 Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro. We'll wait for Corey Hayward, Ben McNamara and Colin Johnson to complete the heat. Here, Corey coming towards us now. Down on the start line, David Hall, patiently waiting. Travis Conrad's in the lineup. Millie Vanderwood, ready to go racing here. The short course action, Waikerie in 2024. So Hayworth will cross the line. He started 30 seconds behind Simon Baker. What can our Class 2 competitor put together for us on his 5th and final lap of the short course? An 8:10 for Corey Hayward. So overall time, Simon Baker, a 40:16:53. Hayworth, a 41:05. So 49 seconds effectively the margin between Baker and Hayworth. So 2 cars left on the track. The 11:69 Ben McNamara and the 1:22 of Colin Johnson. McNamara was fastest after 1 lap here. Slipped down the order across lap 2 and 3. His fastest lap of the race on lap 4. Can he go faster again on lap number 5? As Colin Johnson comes back towards us. So where is Ben McNamara? So the 1:22 of Colin Johnson was 4th on corrected time, starting this lap. But we have lost Ben McNamara. I haven't heard any reports yet, but I'm sure things are getting sorted out at the moment. So Johnson with an 8:15:64, a total section time for him, a 41:26. So Baker, a 40:16, Hayworth, a 41:05, and Johnson, a 41:26. That means all the cars are accounted for Heat 1 of Section 1. Simon Baker fastest from Corey Hayworth, Colin Johnson, the third of the 3 cars to finish the heat. Ben McNamara, Dan Schiller and Jim Shep unable to complete the heat for short course racing at Waikerie. So David Hall on the line in car 134, currently 4th in the AORRA series points. He's only 3 points behind 3rd place, and 3rd place belongs to car number 18 of Dean Carter, who's not racing here this weekend. So David Hall would automatically get 5 points for entering the race and starting. So effectively, he's found himself in 3rd in the series already. But let's see what he can do throughout the weekend to get closer to our top 2 AORRA competitors in the points, Evan Lampard and Toby Ryman. He's got clean air out in front of him, but he's got a hard charging pack right behind him. What gap are they giving?
30 seconds.
Oh no, between these.
15 minutes.
Hoping.
Yeah, so it should be starting around 2.
Waiting to get 11 run here on the track and I'll start next one.
Oh, yeah. Are they going to have to tow them back all the way or just off the track?
Give us a call when they clear up the track.
So it sounds like we'll be starting this heat once Ben McNamara is clear of the racetrack. So once they're off the track and heading back towards us, this heat will get underway.
Ryan, they're just trying to get 1169 off of the track. He's under tow, so hopefully not too much longer.
Alright, so Ben McNamara is off the track, which means that we are going to get started very soon for heat number 2. David Hall will lead the way from Todd Lehman. Travis Conrad out of 3rd. Matt Ridley in 4th. Paul Walsh sitting in 5th. And Millie Vanderwood, the 6th and final car for the heat.
Yep, because we've just crossed over 151.
153.
No worries at all. 153.
There we go. 2 minutes.
So down the end of the start straight, thanks to Sprint Freight and Logistics, sponsoring the start straight this weekend, Ben McNamara on the back of a tow rope. David Hall has been called up to the start line. Car 134. Didn't race at Jamaica early in the year, but had a really good result at Parilla and a really good result at Port Germain. What can David Hall achieve here at Waikerie this weekend? Prologue's done, but he's got short course racing today and Enduro racing tomorrow ahead of him. A clear track, but a hard charging pack of race cars behind him. They're still unsure what the issue was for the 1169 of Ben McNamara.
No crashes. London Police, I think.
There's no crashes.
So 134 of David Hall is on the start line under the control of the start lights. The Class 1 competitor will be the first car away for Heat 2 Section 1. Always up the pointy end at the completion of the weekend. Right, on the line now, car 85, it's Todd Lehman. One of our ultimate class cars here this weekend. He will be trying to chase down the Class 1 of David Hall. Lehman underway. Looks like he's pulling up to the side. What's happened to David Hall? David Hall is pulled over on the side of the road. Right next to the Jetworks Super Jump. So Lehman underway, now making his way towards the Sutton Ford whoops, and he might have clean air out in front of him and no cars to chase as David Hall's on the side of the road. Travis Conrad. He's also underway on the circuit, one of our many Class 10 cars here this weekend. So it looks like Todd Lehman will be out in front on the road due to that David Hall issue. As Matt Ridley gets underway, over the Sutton Ford whoops. In the prologue, he was flying over the whoops. Looks like he's just trying to cruise over it right now. On the line, the 10-16 of Paul Walsh. So Walsh is underway in 10-16. There's Ridley over the Sutton Ford whoops. And one car left to take to the circuit for short course of Heat 2, and that is the 554 of Millie Vanderwood, the Class 5 car. The only tin top here this weekend was underway. 5 laps ahead of her of this 12-kilometre short course circuit. As our recovery heads over, I'm not sure what's going on with the David Hall machine. I didn't see if he'd rejoin the circuit. Sounds like he is still stopped there. Unsure what the problem is. We'll update you as soon as we can. Vanderwood over the Sutton Ford whoops. And over the Jetworks Super Jump in the Colorado. what's going on with David Hall before me. Sounds like he's lost the rear wheel. So they'll be retrieving the car after the completion of the section. So Dave Hall, unfortunately losing a wheel. Effectively third in the AORRA series points after starting today. But not the result David Hall would have been after. Looking to chase a lot of points here this weekend and get up closer with our leaders, Lampard and Ryman. But unfortunately, that's motorsport. And with all our competitors out on the circuit, a bit of quiet time here at the start line. A reminder to all of our spectators that these times will all be put together. So our Section 1, Heat 1 competitors, their times will all be put into a list at the end of the day with the rest of our competitors. So we'll have a complete outright order from fastest to slowest. Unfortunately, we've had a few DNFs already. Jim Shep, gearbox failure. Dan Schiller, drive shaft failure, and David Hall, rear wheel, leaving the vehicle, and Peter Tamblin pushing hard in the prologue over the start-finish jump, and also losing a wheel. So a couple of wheels leaving cars this weekend. And there's still plenty of racing left to go. I've got to give a massive shout out to the team of putting the live stream on and the live timing here this weekend. Obviously with the team from offroadracing.com.au, Murray and Julie, going into retirement. This team has got a lot of effort to make all this work for us, and they've done a great job. And a massive thank you to Stickers down there, who's feeding me the information from the recovery channel. Shouldn't be far away at all from seeing the first of our competitors coming back towards the start line. I reckon I can hear the turbo of Todd Lehman. The first competitor back into the start area. He'll be the first competitor to set a lap time for Heat 2 of Section 1. He started second on the road. David Hall decided, well, he didn't decide, he wouldn't have chosen to, but he lost a wheel. And Todd Lehman will be the first to finish lap 1 and head on to lap number 2. Car 85 and Todd Lehman will begin lap 2, and we will get a lap time for his first lap of the short course racing. A 7:04 for Todd Lehman. He is flying. Clean air in front of him. And no sign at the moment of the next car. Right, lights in the trees right now. So that will be the 10:06 of Travis Conrad coming back towards us. Over the Waikerie Toyota infield jump. So for a comparison, the fastest lap time of Heat 1 was a 7:49. That was Simon Baker. and Todd Lehman a 7:04. Heat 2 a lot faster than Heat 1 is Travis Conrad. We'll begin lap number 2. Conrad a 7:43, so Todd Lehman a 7:04 is flying. Conrad with a 7:43. Matt Ridley also over the line. 3 cars have finished lap 1 of heat number 2, but Paul Walsh coming in right behind him, so Walshy chasing down Ridley. Both Class 10 competitors. So it's on for class honours between Ridley and Paul Walsh. We'll get some updated times for you. So the 5 cars still circulating. All 5 of them have now finished lap number 1. Millie Vanderwood just came across the line then. On your screen now if you're watching the live stream. We'll get some updated times for you right now. So Todd Lehman, a 7:04.43, your fastest, 49, sorry, your fastest of the competitors on the track at the moment. Travis Conrad, a 7:43.30. Paul Walsh, a 7:50.87. Millie Vanderwood, an 8:02. Matt Ridley, an 8:05.13. So Walsh, on corrected time, faster than Matt Ridley. So we'll keep an eye out on these 2 competitors as the weekend grows older, both in the Class 10 class. Walsh, a 7:50.87 and Ridley an 8:05. While there's a gap in the action here, a reminder all the catering services we've got here this weekend, there's plenty of food options available. Get over to the Rotary Club with the licensed bar there, grab yourself some drinks. After this heat, we have another batch of cars coming out for Heat 3 of Section 1 of the short course racing. So just something to keep an eye on. Corey Hayworth, who was in Heat 1, second fastest for Heat 1 of Section 1. was 5th in the series, and David Hall was 1 position in front of him. So Corey Hayworth, if his weekend continues on a nice consistent pattern, may find himself jumping up in the order of the AORRA series points. Could easily find himself up into 3rd, as Dean Carter obviously not here this weekend, from car number 18. Right, here comes Todd Lehman, car 85. Over the Waikerie Toyota infield jump. And with Lehman across the line, you can see that dust is starting to get a little bit heavier now. As he crosses the line, and we'll get an updated lap time for you very soon. Lehman with a 6:58.04, the first of our competitors in the short course to go under the 7-minute mark. So Lehman is flying as he negotiates the Sutton Ford course. Really well. Seamless.
Yeah, it's just this sort of stuff.
Yeah, if you miss a bit, you know.
Yeah, it's like I can't take photos either. It's like it just.
What?
I can't take photos either. I need 2 more hands.
Travis Conrad coming back in towards us now, started behind Todd Lehman, and Todd Lehman has made a lot of time, and the gap is quite large now. But Conrad in the class 10. What lap time can he put together? Consistency is all you need at this point of the weekend. There's a lot of racing left to do tomorrow. So Conrad across the line. Lap number 3. Travis Conrad that was flying over the Sutton Ford whoops in the prologue. He took a little bit easier over the first lap, but I think he's grown the confidence again. So Conrad with a 7:28, his fastest lap of the section so far. Paul Walsh interview now, and Matt Ridley behind Paul Walsh. So Paul Walsh was making a lot of time up on lap number 1, and it looks like he's made the pass on lap 2. Walsh across the line, and Ridley making his way around the final corner right now. The little single seat competitor. Motorbike power machine. As Walshy negotiates the Sutton Ford walks, we can hear the truck. It's the Vanderwood machine. Billy Vanderwood behind the wheel this weekend. Darren's letting her have a steer. Now only class 5 at Waikerie in 2024. Some updated times. Todd Lehman, an overall time of 14:02. Travis Conrad, a 15.11. Paul Walsh, a 15.39. And Matt Ridley, a 16.24. So Todd Lehman really, really fast and way out in front of the rest of his competitors here in heat number 2. So Millie Vanderwood, a 7.54 on lap number 2. So, corrected time for this heat. Todd Lehman leads from Travis Conrad. Paul Walsh is in 3rd with Millie Vanderwood in 4th and Matt Ridley in 5th for the heat. Lehman, Conrad, Walsh and Vanwood going faster on lap number 2. Only Matt Ridley going a little bit slower on lap 2. But he did have that pass from Paul Walsh, so probably lost a little bit of time through the dust. Back into view, Todd Lehman in car 85. He's making the most of his clean air out in front. Now after the heat 3 times have all come in, it'll be really interesting to see where Todd Lehman sits overall. Todd is certainly one to watch for the outright victory this weekend. Didn't have the greatest prologue, which is why he's found himself down in heat number 2. However, prologue doesn't matter anymore. It's all about race times. Lehman over the Sutton Ford hooks and over the Jetworks super jump. So Lehman already up and out of view of the spectator area. I can hear the 10.06 of Travis Conrad. But Lehman must feel like he's out there on his own at the moment. Lehman's 3rd lap time, his fastest, a 6:55.34. So Todd Lehman just going faster and faster and faster. Now on lap number 4. And here is the 10.06 of Travis Conrad coming towards us now. Over the Waikerie Toyota jump. Looks like Alistair Conrad and Mark Foster will share the navigating duties this weekend for the 10.06. Conrad also on the lap number 2. This is a relatively new car to the stable. I believe this is the ex-Van Ursig car. Travis Conrad's been racing for a very long time now, plenty of experience in the sport. We're using all his experience this weekend and flying over the Sutton Ford Walks. So Conrad, a 22:38:30 for his overall time. And a 7:26 for his lap time, also going fastest on that last lap. The 10:16 of Paul Walsh coming back in towards the start area now. So with Dan Schiller having drive shaft failure and Jim Shep with gearbox failure, our Class 10 class, or the cars in Class 10, getting less and less. So Walsh, Ridley and Conrad doing battle for Class 10 honours this weekend. And here's Ridley now over the Waikerie Toyota jump. As not far behind is Millie Vanderwood at 5:54.
It's Darren Vandy, not Millie.
Oh, it's Derek.
Alright, so there you go. Apparently Darren is in the driver's seat, so it is Darren Vanderwood behind the wheel of 554. So Darren behind the wheel of his truck, chasing down Matt Ridley. He's got 2 laps to do it, but you can see the dust just starting to hang there at the moment. Can Vanderwood chase down Ridley? The little Class 10 cruising over the Sutton Ford Walks. And what's Darren going to do? Darren playing it safe. He's got plenty of track to chase down Ridley. We'll get a few time updates for you here. So Vanderwood, a 7:50 on that last lap, 7 minutes 50 seconds. And Ridley, an 8:06, about 16 seconds. The difference on that last lap. Vanderwood now has a little bit of dust to chase, and we'll see if how that affects his times as we get them completing lap 4 and lap number 5 here at the Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro for 2024. Short course action. So as Ridley and Vanderwood just left us, Todd Lehman back into view. Way out in front. Would have been really interesting to see what times David Hall would have been able to put together out in front of the field, and if Todd Lehman would be able to chase him down. Should be 1 lap to go for car 85. the ultimate class competitor, over the Sutton Ford whoops. Lehman fastest, again a 6:52. They're just going faster and faster and faster. Can hear the 10.06 of Travis Conrad out in front in Class 10 at the moment. Thanks to Waikerie Toyota sponsoring the Class 10 class here this weekend. As these crews come towards the end of their heat, the end of their section, I can hear the sound of the cars from Heat 3. The Heat 3 cars were the fastest of Prologue. And they will come out and do battle here in the short course. 10.06, Travis Conrad into view. Making his way up towards the Waikerie Toyota jump. Been on side all weekend so far. Oh, a bit sideways over the line. He's checked it up. That finish jump, catching out Peter Tamlin in the Prologue. But Conrad, his lap time, a 7:29.45 for Travis Conrad. And see the 57 of Aaron Havey just making his way towards the start area. Fastest of our prologues this morning.
That's Murdoch. Oh, there we go. Green beard lock just looks so good.
See Toby Ryman and Fletcher Murdoch in the start chute. A nervous wait for their turn to tackle the short course here at Waikerie. Alright, unfortunate news for the Walsh crew of 10.16. Recovery is just pulling up to at the moment. They are out of the car. I'm unsure what the issue is, but not good news for the 10.16 of Paul Walsh. A lot of our Class 10 cars having some dramas this weekend so far. And he's coming up towards the line now. The 57 of Aaron Havey will be the first car away for heat number 3. He's going to have to wait for our heat 2 competitors to finish up. Darren Vanderwood over the Waikerie Toyota jump has caught and passed Matt Ridley. There's Vanderwood across the line in the truck. And Matt Ridley not far behind. It sounds like Paul Walsh, 10-16, with a front suspension failure. So Vanderwood with an 8:09 on that last lap. He did lose a little bit of time in the dust of Matt Ridley, but has made the pass. And we'll see what sort of time he can put together on his final lap of the section. In the meantime, Todd Lehman will be the first car to finish Heat 2 of Section 1. Buys himself a ticket into tomorrow's action. You got to be there on Sunday to win the race. And Todd Lehman, super fast throughout the section. Lehman, fastest overall for all our competitors from Section 1 and, Section 1 Heat 1 and Section 1 Heat 2. So he's gone faster than Simon Baker, and his last lap you can see a 6:58.15. So an overall time 34:48.91. 5 minutes and 27 seconds faster than Simon Baker. So his first lap a 7:04. His fastest lap a 6:52. Finishes up with a 6:58. So some very good lap times there from Todd Lehman to put himself into the fight tomorrow for outright victory here at the 2024 Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro. Lehman stretched the rest of the field here. We're just waiting for Travis Conrad, should be the next car back into view. Still putting in some good times for the Class 10 car. Conrad's fastest a 7:26. There's lights in the trees now. And it is Travis Conrad in car 1006. Over the Waikerie Toyota jump. And with a day that's been not so good for our Class 10 competitors, Travis Conrad will come over the line. Consistent running on Saturday here at Waikerie. Jim Shep, Peter Tamblin, Dan Schiller and Paul Walsh also in Class 10 but unable to finish today, which has left Conrad and Ridley in the Class 10 Class 10, sponsored by Waikerie Toyota this weekend. So a massive thank you to all of our sponsors for coming on board to support the race, support the event. So in the lineup for Heat 3, Aaron Havey will be the first car away from Evan Lampard. Toby Ryman out of third. Fletcher Murdoch sitting in fourth place. Aaron James will be the fifth car away. And Robert Plant, the final car for Heat 3 of Section 1.
Naomi, are you there? Did you receive that from recovery?
Yeah, Welsh is off the track and they've just been brought back to the Scott pit by recovery.
So by the sounds of it, you've got Millie and Matt left to come.
Yes, that's correct.
We are awaiting the Vanderwood machine, 554, and Matt Ridley in 1088. And once they have crossed the line, it'll be time for our fastest 6 competitors from Prologue to do battle on the 12-kilometre short course track. Here comes Vanderwood, our only Class 5 competitor here this weekend. Class 5 sponsored by River Murray Auto Wreckers. So Team Vanderwood will greet the flag and buy themselves a ticket into tomorrow's action here at Waikerie. Tomorrow we're going Enduro racing. 43-kilometre circuit here for the Enduro section. Just using the 12 kilometres today.
238 or stick with the 240.
And Matt Ridley
238, that's fine by me.
also coming across the line in the Class 10.
238 it is.
Correct, 238.
So with Heat 1 and Heat 2 done with, all of our times will be put all together from the competitors that have finished those heats so far. And it looks like we have got, I'll just wait for it up to date, make sure it's all completely up to date before I give anyone some misinformation. Todd Lehman is the fastest competitor so far. Travis Conrad, second fastest. Team Vanderwood into third. Simon Baker is fourth. Corey Hayworth, fifth. Colin Johnson in sixth. And Matt Ridley in seventh. So Todd Lehman is your outright leader of the event right now. But we have the 6 fastest competitors from Prologue about to take to the track for their turn of the short course racing here this afternoon at Waikerie. Aaron Havey on the front row of the grid is under the control of the start lights. Fastest in Prologue. Can he be fastest after day 1 here at the Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro? Revs rise for Aaron Havey in car 57. He is underway. 5 on the circuit ahead of him. On the line now, the competitor who leads the AORRA series, Evan Lampard. But right behind him, Toby Ryman, who is second in the series. So keep an eye out on these two as the weekend grows older, because it is on for AORRA honours as we head towards the last couple of races in AORRA. Lampard away as Havey works super. As Lampard heads towards the Sutton Ford whoops. On the line is Toby Ryman. He won round 1. He won round 2. What can he do at Waikerie in 2024? Lampard over the whoops. Ryman gives chase. On the line now, it's Fletcher Murdoch. One to watch here this weekend. He was right up there with a chance of outright victory last year. Two cars left to take to the track. One of our single seat competitors, Aaron James. And Robert Plant will be the final car away. Look at the Sutton Ford whoops and Murdoch. On the line now, Robert Plant. Car 128 will be the final car away for section 1. Robert Plant is underway. And Aaron James over the Jetworks Super Jump will make the right hand turn and head up over the hill and out of our view. We'll have to wait a little while and see what lap times these crews can put together. All of these crews, all capable of winning this race this weekend. So as Robert Plant disappears from view, again I'd like to say a massive thank you to all of our event sponsors here. Our naming rights sponsor, Waikerie Hotel. Our platinum sponsor, Sprint Freight and Logistics, Ramco Earthworks, Waikerie Toyota and Sutton Ford. Our gold sponsors, Ronco, Grover Services, Waikerie Club, Elders Loxton, Waikerie Tyre Power, Riverland Funerals, River Murray Auto Wreckers and Waikerie Plumbing and Gas. Our silver sponsors, Shill Auto, Waikerie Mechanical, Truro Agencies, Rollbush Quality Meats. Our bronze sponsors, Ultimate Irrigation, Barmera, Riverland Irrigation, Waikerie. Our class sponsors, the Ultimate Class, Element Off-Road. Our Class 1s, Manham Auto Centre. Class 2, Waikerie Machine Hire. Class 5, River Murray Auto Wreckers. Class 10, Waikerie Toyota. Class 11, Sutton Ford. So a massive thank you to all of our sponsors who helped put this event on for the Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro 2024. So once all of these cars have completed the heat, we will have overall times for section 1. All the cars put together in one big list, and currently Todd Lehman is your outright leader from Travis Conrad and the Vanderwood team. Now, I was told that Darren was driving then, but I think Millie was on the driver's list as well, so not sure who will be taking the reins for the remainder of the weekend, but they are your top 3 of the event so far. Simon Baker sitting in 4th, and Corey Hayward 5th.
Left it 58. Surely too far away. Maybe a minute or two. Come on, Aaron.
So we'll run through a few of our unfortunate DNFs from the weekend so far. Now, I'm unsure if any of these crews are going to try and attempt to fix the car and get back out on the track, but I will run through the list of DNFs. Peter Tamlin, unfortunately, finished the prologue, but landed probably not the way he would have liked to, and tore the rear wheel off of car 1042. Jim Shep, 1027, with gearbox failure. But look out, 57 of Aaron Havey has already made his way back towards us and will negotiate the Waikerie Toyota jump for the first time in the short course. So we're going to get a lap time from Aaron Havey very shortly. He was the fastest in the prologue. Lap number 2 begins for Aaron Havey. A 6:38 for Aaron Havey. A super fast time for car 57. Leader of the AORRA series, Evan Lampard. Negotiates the final turn here over the start-finish jump. Also out on lap number 2. As all our competitors are already coming back towards us with some super quick times. Toby Ryman also over the Waikerie Toyota jump. Now, these are the 2 that we need to keep an eye on here this weekend to see where they will wind up in the AORRA point scores after this race. Lampard a 6:58, Ryman a 7:01, so 3 seconds the difference between Lampard and Ryman after lap 1. Fletcher Murdoch now across the start-finish line. Alex James looks like he might be catching up to Fletcher Murdoch. But he is going to have to deal with the dust here. AJ across the line in car 93. See Fletcher Murdoch tackling the Sutton Ford Wilson. A beautiful riding car, beautiful sounding car. James, a 6:54. Second the cars on the track at the moment on corrected time. So keep an eye out for Aaron James. He's trying to make his way through this field, but he's going to have to deal with the dust. Robert Plant over the line now. One of our Class 1 competitors. So, Aaron Havey, fastest from Aaron James. Evan Lampard in third, Toby Ryman fourth, Fletcher Murdoch fifth, and Robert Plant sixth. That is on corrected time, not on the road. So Havey with a 6:38 and Aaron James a 6:54.
20-second difference. 15 seconds.
So a reminder to everyone, there's plenty of food and drink options available this weekend, so get over to the catering and grab yourself some food, grab yourself a drink, get back to the fence, because it won't be long until our crews are back in front of us. Hear them now. It is Aaron Havey in car 57. Can he go faster on lap number 2? We are about to find out. Remembering that our crews have a standing start from lap 1. So quite common for them to go faster on lap 2 or later on in the heat. Havey across the line will begin lap number 3. Get a lap time. Havey faster again with a 6:36. 2 seconds faster than lap 1. So very consistent for Aaron Havey as he negotiates the Sutton forward books. And here is Evan Lampard in car 184. So Aaron Havey has stretched a very big gap between him and Evan Lampard starting second on the road. So Lampard over the line. Now both Havey and Lampard in different classes. So Havey should have a little bit more pace up his sleeve. But he is certainly a lot faster than the rest of our competitors in Hit 3 so far. With Lampard over the whoops, thanks to Sutton Ford. Toby Ryman crosses the line. Car 80, Toby Ryman, second in the series, over the Sutton Ford whoops. And Aaron James trying to make his way through the field here. Always very, very fast wherever he goes. And it is going to be no exception this weekend. We'll get some lap times for you. Aaron James with a 7:04, so a little bit slower on that lap, but he was stuck in the dust. Robert Plant now. Across the line. Now I'm just trying to get an update here on Fletcher Murdoch. So, fastest to slowest in the heat at the moment, Havey from Aaron James, Evan Lampard, Toby Ryman and Robert Plant, unsure on the whereabouts of Fletcher Murdoch. So I'll get an update to you as soon as I know what's going on with the Murdoch machine, car 1166. But in the meantime, Aaron Havey, the fastest lap, 6:36. So I did start running through our DNS before. I will try again in a moment because Aaron Haby's already back. Car 57. The fastest lap of the race so far, a 6:36. Nothing but clean air out in front of them. Watch the element just float over the sun. So Havey out in front. So some of our DNFs from today. Peter Tamblin, 10:42. Jim Shepp in 10:27. The 10:28 of Dan Schiller. The 1:34 David Hall. And the 10:16 of Paul Walsh. Unfortunately unable to finish today's running. Ben McNamara also got towed back in after 4 laps. And waiting to see on the situation with Fletcher Murdoch. Did complete the first lap. A 7:05.59 for Fletcher Murdoch. Unsure on the issue that he may be having at the moment.
We know how to build them.
Everyone knows, mate. That's good.
This is what it's like applying some days. Here he is.
Ooh. All right, Toby Ryman's interview. Where's Lampard? The AORRA Series leader, car 184, Evan Lampard, has been overtaken by Ryman. So Lampard might be having some issues out there, but Ryman across the line. Toby Ryman won at Jamaica, he won at Perilla. And he's making his way through the field here at Waikerie. That explains the gap a little. Also cutting his way through the field is Aaron James over the Waikerie Toyota jump as Ryman hits the whoops. Thanks to Sutton Ford sponsoring the whoops this weekend. So AJ across the line. Alrighty, Robert Plant. Also over the line. 128. So Havey overall time a 19:54. Aaron James a 20:56. Toby Ryman a 21:15. There's Plant. It's the whoops again. Sounds like Fletcher Murdoch is getting towed back. Unsure what the problem is. They will find themselves on the back of a tow rope, unfortunately. And I'm still waiting to hear on any updates from Evan Lampard in car 184. Alright, the car 57 of Aaron Havey back into view. To complete lap number 4, and he will head out on his final lap of the short course. So Aaron Havey with a 6:43, a little bit slower on that lap, but still well and truly out in front. And there is Fletcher Murdoch on the back of the tow rope, being brought back in towards the pits. So again, unsure what the issue was for the 1166 crew. But we'll let you know if and when we find out.
Nothing's wobbling, not shaking, making a noise. Engine problem. Still no way on Lampard. Yeah, there we go.
Car number 80, Toby Ryman. You know that Evan Lampard's had some issues out there, and this is his chance to make up some points here for the AORRA series. So across the line, Toby Ryman. Aaron James. Not far behind him, hunting down car number 80, is car number 93. Making his way through the field. Having a negotiate. Little bit of dust. On to the final lap. Can he catch Toby Ryman? Heads over the Jetworks Super Jump. We'll give chase to Toby Ryman. So before the start of this event this weekend, Evan Lampard led the AORRA series by 30 points. Toby Ryman in second. So as I said before, 55 points on offer for AORRA competitors this weekend. And with Lampard unaccounted for, perfect opportunity for Ryman to make up what he needs to lead this year. Robert Plant crosses the line. So corrected time for the heat. Aaron Havey is the fastest from Aaron James, then Robert Plant and Toby Ryman. So Plant, his last time a 7:02. That was his fastest lap. And Ryman a 7:13. Aaron James, his fastest lap a 6:53. So he is cutting his lap times down. Certainly lost a little bit of time in the dust on lap number 2 by 7:04. But as I said, fastest on his last lap a 6:53. It's going to be a tight fight with Todd Lehman at the looks by the looks of the timing here. So it'd be interesting to see where Todd Lehman will settle in to the outright standings after these cars complete the section. Reminder that the fastest lap from today will define the start order for tomorrow from each car. And Aaron Havey in car number 57, flawless in the prologue and flawless for section 1, will buy himself a ticket to tomorrow's action. And we'll get a final lap time for Aaron Havey here. So a 6:43 for Aaron Havey. So an overall time 33:22. Todd Lehman's overall time a 34:48. So a minute 26 seconds the gap between Aaron Havey and Todd Lehman. At the moment, they are the two fastest competitors who have finished the 5 laps of the short course racing here at the Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro for 2024. We will wait for Toby Ryman, Aaron James and Robert Plant as they make their way back here. Can AJ catch Ryman? It's a big ask, but he's been cutting his way through the field. His fastest a 6:53. Ryman's fastest a 7:01. Here he is now, car number 80 at Toby Ryman. Started third on the road. Just past Evan Lampard, who we're still unsure where is. There's Aaron James now. So there's Aaron James over the Waikerie Toyota jump. Toby Ryman will greet the checkered flag. Aaron James trying to cut through this field. Made up a lot of time on his fellow competitors from start position. Where do our competitors sit on overall time? All right, so Aaron Havey leads the event outright from Todd Lehman. In third, Aaron James, and in fourth, Toby Ryman. And Robert Plant in car 128 will cross the line. It was the final car away. The fourth car to return. So Fletcher Murdoch was on the back of the tow rope, made his way back to the pits. And I'm still unsure on what happened with Evan Lampard. But I will have some overall times for you here very shortly that I can read out to you as section 1 comes towards a finish. So as it stands at the moment, 11 crews have completed the 5 laps of the short course track. So section 1 results. Aaron Havey, a total section time of 33:22, leads from second place Todd Lehman, 1:26 the gap. Third place Aaron James. From fourth place Robert Plant. In fifth, Toby Ryman. In sixth place, Travis Conrad. The Vanderwood team in seventh. In eighth place, Simon Baker. In ninth, Corey Hayworth. In 10th place, Colin Johnson. Matt Ridley in 11th place. Now as we go down through the field, unofficially I suppose at the moment, while we wait for any news on Evan Lampard, is Ben McNamara, completed the 4 laps today, sitting 12th. Paul Walsh did the 3 laps, sitting 13th on our list. Lampard with 2 laps, but as I said, I'm not sure what the situation is with Evan Lampard at the moment. Fletcher Murdoch and Dan Schiller were both able to complete 1 lap, but unable to continue, and not able to complete a lap today. David Hall, Peter Tamlin and Jim Shep. So Aaron Havey is your race leader overnight from Todd Lehman and Aaron James.
Lampard breaking a front arm. Cruise speed, go back in.
Alright, so Evan Lampard has broken a front arm on the Southern Cross. So very unfortunate news for our AORRA Series leader. He will be unable to finish Section 1. Team Darren and Millie in 7th place. Simon Baker is in 8th, Corey Hayworth in 9th, Colin Johnson is in 10th place, and Matt Ridley in 11th. As we move through the DNFs, Ben McNamara, Paul Walsh, Evan Lampard, Fletcher Murdoch, Dan Schiller, David Hall, Jim Shep and Peter Tamlin unable to start Section 1. So they are your overnight results here at the 2024 Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro. Tomorrow we will go Enduro racing. The fastest lap times from our competitors today will be used to set the start order for tomorrow's running. And we will go Enduro racing on the 43-kilometre circuit starting at 9:30. So our vehicles will line up at 9 o'clock, and at 9:30 our AORRA competitors will do 3 laps and our state competitors will do 5 laps of the track. We hope to see you tomorrow for day 2 of the Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro for 2024.
Is that right? Rowan, do you copy?
I'll go for a walk.
Yeah, I was just thinking.
I don't know what's going on with it. Never used it before.
Cool. Do I stop